At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arancibia,
Present.
Emerald,
Here.
Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Sweetwater,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
This is a point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting in accordance to Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person will listen to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
I have one speaker, Alex
Yes.
Anguiano.
2011-2012 agreement. Let me read it to you. Article 37.5, retroactive payments. All salary and stipends increases for the 2008-2009 school year shall be retroactive to July 1st, 2008. The increases on the salary schedule shall be implemented no later than 60 days after the ratification of this agreement by the Board of Trustees and the Association. All retroactive pay shall be paid as soon as possible after the ratification of this agreement by the Board of Trustees and the Association. The contract was agreed to by both parties on June 15th, 2011. It has my signature on the signature page as our then chapter's president. It has Roberto's signature as a member of our bargaining team. Not even Jesus Gandera's team threatened to not pay full retro if an agreement was not reached by a certain day. It has been done lots of times in our history before and during Jesus's time. It can be done again. Secondly, a written response to the grievance that I filed at the last month's board meeting has not been received by me, the grievant. That is a contractual violation in itself. It did precipitate negotiations on the article in question. The language has been modified in a TA, but the TA is not valid until a new contract is agreed upon by both parties. My grievance is still active. In a bargaining update from my union, the district wrote that there existed an informal agreement to not abide by 32.5, and it was reached at the table. Tell me now which table and who was present, and I'll drop the matter right now. It sure was not by our bargaining team. I'll accept a verbal if you know the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
If there's no further communication, I'll recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. There are at least five. Yep, five. And they are: 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. 2, public employee evaluation appointments transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 3, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. 4, Conference of Legal Counsel anticipated litigation, paragraph 2, subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956. And 5, Conference of Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We are adjourned to closed session. I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Emerald,
Here.
Lopez Cepeda,
Here.
Segura,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre,
Here.
Ringfield.
Here.
Thank you. We'll now hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, and maybe in our thoughts over the moment of silence, just for all those who are suffering in the Middle East, that there may be peace soon. Thank you. The board met in closed session preceding this meeting, discussed the following issues. 1, students' expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918. Student identified by case and ID numbers. 2, public employee evaluation, appointment transfer, Government Code Section 54957. 3, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. 4, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, and Conference of Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action, moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to approve the appointment of Bob Hughes as Chief Compliance Officer. With the vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Arencibia, seconded by Emerald, appointment of Brahim Wahib as Director of College and Career Readiness and Visual and Performing Arts, with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda, seconded by Solis, to approve the appointment of Sarah Garcia Salgado as Principal Adult School, with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Emerald, yes, Segura, yes, and Solis, yes. At this time, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the October 9, 2023 regular board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield,
Yes.
Arencibia, Emerald,
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now have a message from our superintendent, Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Segura. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our October 9th, 2023 board meeting. Welcome back after our fall break. It's been a relatively quiet couple of weeks since schools were on break and our last board meeting, and here are some of the activities. Wanted to give a thank you and a shout out to former State Senator Denise Moreno Duchesne for organizing a fundraiser for students from San Ysidro High School. Thank you as well to Assemblyman David Alvarez and County Supervisor Nora Vargas for helping to support that fundraiser for scholarships, as well as San Ysidro Women's Club, who offers that scholarship. Secondly, last week, Otay Ranch High School hosted the CIF Symposium for all of San Diego and Imperial counties. I just want to say great job to Otay Ranch High School. Of note, the focus of this year's convening was on creating and supporting supportive environments, as well as positive environments for our student athletes. We'll be asking all of our spectating public to bring a positive approach towards our athletic competitions to support each student athlete. Thirdly, thank you to the schools that hosted professional development today. Montgomery High School for classified, Hilltop High and Olympian High for our certificated staff, and over at the PDC for our counseling and guidance staff. Great work, everyone. It's a great way to kick off this upcoming quarter. And thank you for all of our associations for working with us to develop these professional development opportunities. Let's make this second half of the semester of the school year a success, everyone. Thank you and gracias for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Superintendent. We'll now have a report from our Student Board Representative, Mr. Isaiah Ringfield.
Hi guys, good evening. So late last week, I conducted a meeting with several of our ASP presidents to complete a report, to communicate with you a report. All right, let's get into it. So as you may all know, we've been off campus for the past 2 weeks. So a lot of what I'm going to say right now this is from more than 2 weeks ago. So the report will be minimal, obviously. Not much to say. All right, so onto the report. Montgomery High celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month with activities, education, etc., conducted by the ASB and some clubs. And with that, the president cited an increase in cultural celebrations for the upcoming school year that they had planned, whether that was in February for African American Heritage Month or whatever. In good news, our staff on campus all across the district expressed concerns about bathroom closures. We had so many students and staff limited to 1 to 2 bathrooms. So a lot of our campuses, again, this is a little more over 2 weeks ago, bathrooms have started to open up. Although it's not every campus, so there's still more work to be done so that there's a reasonable amount of bathrooms open during the school day. What else do we have? Another thing to mention is that some of our ASB presidents are actually meeting with different students monthly, and they're streamlining information from those students directly from those meetings to our meetings that we hold. So that's like it's an amazing thing to see. We can actually get, these aren't just our ASB president's concerns, but the students' concerns. Something presidents pointed out was a lack of urgency by the district in certain areas regarding infrastructure improvement, such as outdoor hall overhangs not being repaired in a timely manner, which was promised, or even student parking lots needing new painting lines that are becoming a safety hazard, with some lines non-existent. Even with that, as ASBs do work during the ASB work days they had throughout fall break, they cited an increase in infrastructure work being done by the district throughout break, which they wanted to applaud the district for working towards more safe and aesthetically pleasing campuses. That's it for my report. But I do plan to meet with more of our ASB, with more of our middle school ASB presidents, as I feel that I haven't done a good enough job communicating with them. You're getting a lot of from high school perspectives and not middle school perspectives, which I'll have a report from them for next month. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ringfield. We will now provide an opportunity for any of the board association presidents to provide a report to the board. First, we will have a report from SCGA President Michelle Beal.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Aguirre and Mr. Ringfield. At the last board meeting, I shared concerns regarding the continued need to improve communication from district personnel to site counselors. In my communication, I asked that counselors simply be provided the tools and support necessary to do their jobs so that they can continue to serve our students and families. Once again, it appears that my communication has fallen on deaf ears. Students report back tomorrow, and for high school counselors, that means continuing with credit checks, college applications, letters of recommendations, and soon starting financial aid applications. Middle school counselors will continue to provide academic counseling, social emotional counseling, college and career awareness, and tenure plans. These are typical quarter 2 activities. What's not typical is pre-registering students for next school year, which is now something that the district expects the counselors to do during this quarter. In mid-August, SCGA was made aware, not by the district leadership, but instead by an SCA update of change in language, and a change in the SCA language that once again impacts the work done by not only counselors but other associations. The change to SCA language now sees the posting dates being moved up, which now means the counselors must complete their pre-registration process months sooner than usual. Please know, we certainly do not fault the teachers or SCA for this, but instead the district for entering into language without thinking it through. SCGA recognizes the need to staff schools sooner and sees the benefit to our students. However, our concern is a lack of communication from the district on this matter. We've repeatedly asked for clear and concise guidelines on the new master schedule timeline, and to date, we have yet to receive information from the district. When we met with district personnel on September 18th to discuss the matter, we were assured that the district would have a proposed master schedule to share with us on September 22nd. It's now October 9th, and we've still yet to receive that proposed timeline. Given that we have not been provided updated information or assured that we'll have the necessary tools to complete this duty, how does the district expect that counselors are able to complete pre-registration? And even more important, when will the district inform the students and families of the new changes to this process, not just for our current students, but for the students in our feeder schools that you hope to capture? Part of pre-registration often includes looking at alternative programs for students who are credit deficient. Since the closure of the learning centers, our options for alternative education are now limited to Palomar, Launch, and Independent Study. Unfortunately, many of the referrals that counselors are making are being denied. So the question is, will these students have access to other alternative education options, or do we have to just sit back and watch them fail? I'd also like to use this opportunity to bring attention to or ask for assistance from the district in something that I think is very important, and that is ensuring that our members are paid timely for work completed. To date, there are still a number of members who have not been compensated for the work completed. I provided labor relations with a detailed list of counselors who've not been paid, and this still remains unresolved. I'm sure you can understand the frustration of completing work and not being paid for 4 months.
Thank you.
Katina Rondeau? Katina?
I would think my president might want to speak first.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am so sorry for that. Yeah, are there any other labor presidents who would like to report to the board? And I made a big old star and everything by that, and I still missed it. Sorry, President Ugarte.
That's fine. Good evening, President Segura, Dr. Aguirre, trustees, Mr. Ringfield. Last month in my report to the board, I asked you to find a way to have our remaining RIFT temporary teacher status reinstated before the MOU expired on September 30th. This month, I'm happy to report that after many meetings in those last few weeks leading up to the deadline, all of our RIFT teachers on temporary contracts have had their status reinstated. Thank you. We still have much work before us. The bargaining process and its result will send a message about how much you value us and our work. Let it be a message of respect and regard, not only for teachers, but all staff. It's important to note, for those of you new to the dais, that SEA is in reopeners of a current contract that does not expire until June, which means as soon as we finish, we will start the whole process anew, with sun shining for a new contract beginning in the spring. This is going to be an ongoing and long process. The work of safety is never complete. Each site has a challenge that is unique to the community, but the message that is across the district is that there are safety concerns. I encourage trustees to meet with me to discuss these concerns and invite you to attend safety meetings, not only at the district level, but at school sites. Every campus is supposed to have a safety committee and a safety plan. As president of SEA, and thus the official representative of the association, I implore you on behalf of teachers to ask questions about bargaining, budget, and safety. I challenge you to visit sites across the district as much as possible, not just for celebrations and special events, but during the duty day, especially during nutrition break and lunch. Get a feel for what is happening in the classrooms and during the regular school day. Step outside of your trustee areas and experience the district. Your vote is not isolated to your area. It represents and impacts the entire district. Together, we can ensure that students are taken care of and have the best learning environment possible, and that means taking care of the staff, valuing and respecting the adults. That is the best way to secure this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other labor presidents? Okay, go ahead.
Katina Rondeau?
Deanne.
I'd like to address my president, SEA, Ms. Ugarte. Your membership is asking questions and you are failing to respond. I shared I would bring this to your attention tonight publicly. It's on record. I ask for all in which you haven't responded, that you respond, that you represent, and that you respect your members. More and more questioning the return of investment for the union dues they pay each month. Many are also doing the work you and our VP have paid release time to do, such as tonight. I want to acknowledge, thank, and credit all the CTE and SPED teachers for organizing in preparation for tonight during their fall break. We had people joining Zoom from Germany, Colombia. Thank you. And for all those that wrote to the board, did the PRAs to make it so that as many RIF teachers on temporary assignments could be recalled. It is my understanding there's a teacher out there that says she hasn't been recalled. She is a RIF teacher and she's still temp. So I'll be writing to everybody about that. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. This is a point on agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda. Have 3 minutes each to do so pursuant to board bylaw. The board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to the matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Thank you very much. And with the number of speaking slips, we're going to limit 20 minutes to the CTE and 20 minutes to the special ed topics. And you could figure out however you want to do that per topic. If somebody wants to speak more than 3, that's fine, but it's going to be 20 minutes there for you to speak on that, or 2 minutes. So that's where we're at with that.
The first group that I have for the first topic has 11 cards. Jane Campbell, followed by Christina Espinosa.
Good evening. I yield my time to Christina Espinosa.
So it's still.
I know it was 20
there-
minutes. I
yeah.
thought it was 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. So it's fine. Well, I barely go over 3.
Okay.
Okay.
There's 20 minutes there, just so you know.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Christina Espinosa. I've been a teacher of students with learning disabilities in our district since 2006, currently and very proudly serving at Hilltop High School. My credential says I'm an education specialist. The psychologist at work calls me a case manager, but the kids I work with every day consider me their teacher. It seems like every morning I have to choose which role I will play that day because it's become pretty impossible to do more than one. I'm speaking tonight because I'm not sure the board is aware of how drastically the job description of an education specialist in Sweetwater has changed. I want to believe that if you did, you'd help us with the resources necessary to succeed in this position. Here's what I mean. Many of the duties that were done by special education secretaries at the district are now our responsibilities. Secretaries who are leaving or retiring are said to they're not going to get replaced, leaving case managers to do a lot of that work. We affirm our own IEPs, which at the time when we were given that instruction scared me because we always considered the affirming process as the firewall between us and due process. So that responsibility was nothing we ever did. We've moved away from the collab model that allowed some flexibility to meet with students, observe them in the classroom, collaborate with gen ed teachers, etc., to a co-teach model that I love, by the way, and it's better for students, it's better for everybody, but it requires the case manager to teach bell to bell every day, eliminating that case management time. Again, more time lost. We have newly trained psychologists. Again, I love my psychologist, but they are more aware of the law. They've had to be. And they've implemented assessment and documentation far beyond what the psychologists of 10 or 15 years ago did. For example, when completing an eligibility evaluation for a student, our last psychologist might ask, well, will testing the student change his or her placement? No? Okay, then don't test them. Now, our psychologist requires a comprehensive evaluation that includes a battery of assessments, which takes 2 to 3 hours to complete for any student without a recent assessment on file, as he should. It's the law. We teach our students, we grade and plan,
Some of us work through our prep periods on 1/6 because it's extra money. And even after so many years in this district, if I saw my actual base pay on a paycheck, it'd give me a lot of anxiety. When do we meet with our caseloads to check in? Sometimes we don't. I can tell you that I've known of case managers who meet their students for the very first time in their IEP meeting. When do we write IEPs? Usually before, after school, or once we've put our children to bed. We take an IEP day that requires sub-planning, and who knows if they'll even show up. 28 kids on a caseload. We're supposed to meet with that student, talk to the parents, collect data from the gen ed teachers, determine present levels, create new goals, and that's after administering assessments to determine their skills. Can I keep going?
Yep, please keep going.
Then we meet with that IEP team for an hour, each kid with only 9 IEP days a year. The board might be thinking, well, what about your prep period? Respectfully, our prep period is to support our teaching. On top of managing our caseloads, we're teachers. We have planning, PLCs, and in our co-teachers, we have a whole group of general ed and even accelerated students who call us teacher too. Most of us teach 3 or 4 different subjects. I can't make a demand of the board. At the end of the day, I'm just a teacher. But this situation is dire, and if the district doesn't think we're worthy of more pay, at least give us more time. How are we supposed to manage the incredible changes in our job description? I know that like any business, we have a model to follow, we have money to manage, and a product to produce efficiently. But now we are mirroring the CEO to worker wage gap that has permeated most American corporations. Sitting back and watching our neighbors to the north get paid more to work less, many with case management periods, makes our model look really bad. How are we supposed to attract or retain teachers? And above all, why do those kids have access to their case managers and authentic IEPs and ours don't? Thank you.
Thank you.
Katina Rondo.
Katina Rondo. Education is not a business, it's a service. Sweetwater Union High School District needs to acknowledge this and stop treating it as a business. There's a blatant disregard for the human beings behind student and teacher titles. We have insufficient paraprofessional staffing ratios. Those present have not all had adequate training by management, and when paraprofessionals are out for a day, there is no coverage for that staff absent, which often creates an immediate safety issue. Teachers are burnt out, getting beat up, literally, and see no end in the struggle they have to endure on a daily basis at work. You'd be alarmed at how many teachers are on work leave due to anxiety and stress, and this district does little to improve its working conditions to a department that has only grown larger since the pandemic. This is a lack of oversight by management, and I'm not speaking about our director of special education. That individual does whatever possible with the resources they are afforded by you guys. Not too long ago, you pulled all teachers on special assignment and placed them back into the classroom. So then once again, we have teachers serving the most needy without any systems of support. Human Resources has also recently allowed SPED credentialed teachers to move out of SPED positions to obtain a permit, not a credential, in general ed areas such as physical education. Ask yourself, how ridiculous is that? When there is a shortage of SPED teachers, you would want to retain as many SPED teachers as possible. Speaking of retention, this district needs to become more competitive and align themselves with districts that are doing it better. Better working conditions, time allotted to manage caseloads like other districts provide. Recruit in May of each year for SPED teachers for the following year. Human Resources really dropped the ball on this and tried to recover by making a special posting last month for special education teachers. I hope you all come to realize it's too late in the year to be recruiting SPED teachers, and this district is one of the lowest paid in the county. Why? We may be the lowest paid in the county, but I bet we outrank everyone in what we pay out in settlements regarding special education. I could be wrong, but I do recall the SCGA president reporting that recently, last year, Sweetwater Union High School District paid out $635,845 on settlements. This is not including the legal fees. This year so far, we're at a pace of $104,570, again, not including legal fees. So we'll probably get there if we're doing that much. Back to efficiency. Because this district is not able to recruit nor retain SPED teachers, students with disabilities are being served by substitutes who are not trained, not certified. Heck, they don't even have access to our SAY system, which is a platform or system for operating. So then the lawsuit cycle continues, and it needs to stop today. Thank you.
Brittany Broas.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany Broas. I'm a Montsevier teacher. I yield my time to Greg Cobb.
Good evening, I'm Greg Cobb. I'm an education specialist. I'm from East Hills Academy, and I have a couple points I want to point out. We're asking for a case management period. 2, no more district averages for students with disabilities in the moderate, severe, mild, mod range. My title is education specialist, not special ed teacher. Pay is great, but we need more time for our work. We're currently facing a shortage, and these demands need to be met. Otherwise, we'll see a dramatic shortage due to the people leaving for other districts. We lack the lack of hiring of individuals in the special ed careers. We lack education specialists, classified employees, speech pathologists, and secretaries for special services. We used to have 10, we're down to 3. That's forcing it back on us. 7, East Hills has some students with challenging behaviors, and they're requesting no bells due to their noise sensitivity. I brought this up 2 years ago. They seem to make a slight change, but the students are still complaining. 8, East Hills students are requesting larger buses due to the size of the students, as well as the length of their rides. Some of our students are on the bus 45 minutes up to an hour and 15 minutes. 9, safety concerns, the lack of reception for school radios and cell service and the OHS service area. On the campus, due to the reception outside with the airplane antenna, our radios are supposed to be able to reach 1 mile, but from East Hills, we're able to get to the people on the field. That is not 1 mile. I think it's somewhere in the range of about 400 yards. 5, we as a collaborative team felt disrespected by the 5% offer. Thank you.
Luella Bloomquist. Luella Bloomquist.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak to you. It's a great honor. My name is Luella Bloomquist. B-L-O-M-Q-V-I-S-T. I'm also called Mrs. BQ at Otay Ranch High School. I'm very proud to be a part of the Sweetwater family. This is a beautiful district, especially support our students, school support staff, and fellow educators. When I hear about what's going on, it opens my eyes and my ears. I represent the teachers that usually don't speak, but after 33 years, I will do it. I attended Bonita Vista High School in the 80s. I'm very proud to be a Baron. My sister went to Sioux High. My daughter went to Olympian, and she's currently at my alma mater, UCSD. I started my dream job in 1990 as a math teacher. However, I had to keep my second job from 1990 to 1995. I was moonlighting as an assistant software engineer to make ends meet. My supervisor at that time, it was a small engineering company. They manufactured gyroscopes at Kearney Mesa. So imagine me, after a full day of teaching, I have to work at my engineering company as a software engineer to make ends meet. My supervisor felt sorry for me and said, you can keep this job, and because I know that teachers don't earn much. So I kept that job for 4 years before I developed asthma. So I stopped teaching that. I stopped working as a software engineer, and I decided to keep my job as a teacher. The quote, when you feel appreciated, you work harder, gave me food for thought. We teachers are innately selfless and resilient. Even if things are not coming our way with limited resources, large class sizes, feeling devalued and disrespected as professionals, we are working harder than ever to accommodate our students of various needs. Never before in my history of teaching have I had to counsel students, and because of mental anxiety, especially nowadays, a 4.2 is not enough to get into UCSD. So imagine that for students and their mental anxieties. Often we overlook taking care of our basic needs and those of our own family members. My daughter has been very sympathetic to me over the years. Mom, I know you're not spending enough time with me. You have to spend time with your students. And I think she's a very mature child, and so I have sacrificed a lot to raise my daughter. We must be fairly compensated for our services. We need to feel valued and respected, because that will definitely rub off on our students. When we are empowered, respected, that definitely will empower our students. I noticed that when I feel good about myself, my students perform in the classroom. And also, congratulations to the teachers that have achieved permanent status after being in the district for several years. I hope they stay in the district to keep their sanity and their peace of mind. We need to treasure and hold these teachers and keep them in our district, because this is part of our mission, to keep the best teachers in our district. So on behalf here of my fellow teachers, we're still standing, just like Elton John is, and hopefully we can come to an understanding that if we increase the morale of our teachers, that will definitely increase the morale of our students, which will impact their achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gretel Rodriguez. Gretel Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm Gretel Rodriguez, but I'm speaking on behalf of, I'm being an ally tonight for one of our special education teachers. Good evening, board members and educators. My name is Teresa Cabana, and I'm a moderate transition teacher at Castle Park High School. This year has been the most challenging year since distance learning. This year started with the promise of going back to normal, yet that dream was quickly shattered. My site, Castle Park High School, has been plagued by a lack of support staff to critical levels. We don't have enough IHCAs to support high-need students for our transition classes. As a transition teacher, I need a consistent staff to take students into the community. This year, my staff has been pulled at least 3 times a week to help with the high school mod severe classes for hygiene support. Transition teachers must have complete trust in the prior knowledge and experience of our staff, since they will be alone with students on public transportation, supervise students at community job sites. The rapport we have with our staff can't be created when staff is moved around the campus. This quickly becomes a safety issue in the community where situations are unpredictable and happen quickly. I implore you to support our moderate severe teachers who care for the most vulnerable population in our district. Please hire an IHCA and support classroom caps for the moderate and moderate severe classrooms. I'd like to honor our future students that are our leaders, like Ringfield, that modeled what it looks like to hold accountability and apologize and correct the behavior. Thank you.
Jasper DeLeo. Morgan Clark.
Dan, where are we at with time?
We're at 14:30.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Morgan Clark, SEA board member, and I'm here again to ask for a raise that is befitting of our positions as professional educators. You know, when I saw the district's initial offer of 5% raise for SEA members, I was actually shocked. Despite all historical evidence to the contrary, I actually thought that this time would be different. I thought that surely, since this district has gotten a combined total raise of 15% between this year and last year through COLA, that we would receive something close to that in a raise ourselves. I thought that surely, since the unaudited actuals last month showed an excess of $179 million, that the district would feel secure enough to give us a raise that will help with skyrocketing costs of living. After all, the sum of $179 million is more than double the deficit amount that was found during the financial mismanagement incident of 2019. I thought back to the words of our superintendent, Dr. Aguirre, at last month's school board meeting when he said that the excess of $179 million would be considered during bargaining, and chose to take his statement at face value. After all, if the district had an excess that large and had received a raise of 15%, giving us a 15% raise ourselves would be at net zero for the district's finances. I thought about the fact that our district currently has the lowest salary of the top 17 districts in our county. I thought that surely the board would want to rectify the special education staffing issue we've been having since we returned from the pandemic. I also thought about the district's cry of declining enrollment and thought that surely the district would want to attract students to our district by lowering class sizes instead of continuing to lose students to private and charter schools. Lastly, I thought, of course, that the district would not repeat the mistakes of the past by spending vast amounts of money to staff the top of the district, which does not positively impact students in the classroom. Surely our district, which speaks often about putting students first and valuing educators, would want its money to go directly to classrooms where it has the biggest impact on students. Surely the district would remember that a significant factor in that past financial crisis was too high salaries and too many people at the top. As I said at the beginning, despite all evidence to the contrary, I really am an optimist at heart. I believe people inherently want to do better and try to do the right thing. Speaking to you last month and now, I feel like this board really does have the most positive intentions compared to any other board I've spoken in front of. If you aren't educators yourselves, you have loved ones who are, and you know how hard it is to do our jobs, though I still do invite you to visit classrooms to see what our teachers are dealing with now. I believe that this board will instruct its labor relations team to give us a fair offer that is equal to the COLA increase of 15%. I believe you will also instruct them to add additional supports for our SPED teachers to help them feel like they can do their jobs without working themselves to death. And I believe that the board will lower class sizes in key areas such as CTE, PE, and VAPA to attract more students to our district. I hope I'm right this time.
Thank you.
Rosa Ovalle.
Hi, I'm Rosa Ovalle. I yield my time to Marco Amaral.
We're at 18 minutes.
Okay, so this will be the last speaker. Marco, you'll be the last one, sir.
I'm asking for an extension of 3 minutes. I'm translating myself from Spanish to English.
We have district translators if you'd like to use a district
I have my own translation here. I'd rather translate myself. It'll take exactly the same amount of time. All it takes is a board member to ask to
go
amend
ahead
it.
there.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
please.
Representante Ringfield, miembros de la mesa directiva, ejecutivos sobrevalorados, y a la comunidad, familias y hermanos sindicalistas, buenas tardes. Quiero atraer su atención a la voz colectiva de 48 maestras y maestros de educación especial en nuestro distrito. Lo siguiente representa una justa síntesis de esta voz. 9.4. El promedio de horas que trabajamos sin pago por semana. 3.5. El promedio de materias enseñadas cada semana. 28. La cantidad de estudiantes permitida en nuestro rol de encargadores académicos, demasiadas las veces por mes que nos sentimos derrotadas y derrotados. Me siento adolorido y devaluado, dice un maestro. Soy maestra nueva, ya no quiero estar aquí, dicen 2 maestras. El distrito dice que le importa nuestra salud mental, pero sus propuestas son una cachetada en nuestra dignidad, dicen 4 maestras. Quiero más tiempo para poder servir a mis estudiantes con el amor y fidelidad que se merecen, dicen 8 maestras y maestros. Y todos decimos, no estamos sobretrabajados, estamos explotados. Nos llaman sus colegas, nos llaman santos, nos llaman gente trabajadora con orgullo, nos llaman gente excepcional. Pero esas palabras representan absolutamente nada, están vacías y es que simultáneamente no pueden decir con buena fe que nos respetan, que nos apoyan, que nos aman. No queremos palabras sin alma ni corazón, queremos acciones para que por fin reaccionen y se despierten de sus sueños y así nos ayuden con nuestra pesadilla. Especialistas educativos, esos somos. Ese es nuestro título oficial. ¿Por qué? Modificamos, acomodamos, analizamos, nos especializamos en que las necesidades académicas, pero también emocionales, materiales, sociales, económicas, humanas de cada estudiante son realizadas de una manera que toma en cuenta la familia, la cultura, la ley y el futuro de cada estudiante. Y cuando terminamos de hacer todo eso por un estudiante, lo repetimos 100 veces más por cada otro. Colegas, hasta la victoria siempre. Todo el poder al pueblo, el poder para el docente, el poder a las familias y a nuestras comunidades. Trustee Ringfield, members of the board, overpaid executives, and SUHSD community, families, and union siblings, good afternoon. I want to bring attention to the collective voice of 48 special education teachers from across the district. The following is a righteous synthesis of those voices. 9.4, the average number of unpaid hours SPED teachers work per week. 3.5, the average number of subjects known as preps taught by SPED teachers. 28, the amount of students that can be put on our caseloads. Far too many, the number of times we break down every month. I'm hurt and undervalued, says one teacher. I'm a new teacher. I'm about to move districts, says two teachers. The district shoves self-care down our throats, but clearly doesn't give a damn about our mental and emotional well-being, says 4 teachers. I want more time to be able to serve my students with love and fidelity, says 8 teachers. And we are exponentially exploiting this district, says all teachers. You call us partners. You call us saints. You call us hardworking people. You call us exceptional. But all this is just noise. If you cannot in good faith say that we are respected by you, supported by you, loved by you. We don't want adjectives, we want verbs. We demand action now. Education specialists, that's our official title because we modify, we accommodate, we analyze, we specialize, we meet the unique needs of every individual student and are able to articulate cohesive academic, social, emotional, culturally proficient, transition approved, legally supervised educational experience that meets the needs of all students. All students. All power to the people, y'all. All power to the people all day, every day. Power to the teachers, power to our families and community. Bargaining, SPED has your back.
Thank you. So I'll move to CTE.
The next group is for CTE topic, yes.
Thank you.
Catherine Veliquete. Sorry. Oh, I was right the first time.
Good evening, honorable board members. My name is Catherine Veliquete, and I'm a CTE teacher. First, I would like to thank you for listening to us tonight, for knowing we are the human beings you trust with our students. Furthermore, you have helped make changes to the contract to better our ability to teach and mentor students. However, there is a lot more that needs to be done. Tonight, our career and technical education, also known as CTE teachers, will address several of our concerns that do not seem to have weight on the bargaining table. Our community will also speak on how our CTE teachers have made an impact on their lives. Today, we stand together and we ask you to transition CTE teachers from being hourly employees to becoming part of the district's pay scale. This shift will bring us closer to full recognition we deserve as dedicated educators within our district. Regrettably, we are not compensated for what we bring to the district, our students, our families, and our communities. Currently, CTE teachers are paid on an hourly basis, limited to instructional hours, meaning we are only paid when we are physically in front of students. I will start by emphasizing that SUHSD prides itself on equality, equity, inclusion, and belonging to our students. However, we, CTE teachers, do not feel the equality and the sense of belonging in this district. Our students are genuinely the district's top priority. Shouldn't they be investing our resources where it matters most? We know that only 30% of our students go directly to a 4-year college. So what about the remaining 70%? CTE teachers are valuable because they not only help students earn college credits, but also provide them with certifications to enter the workforce immediately after high school. Yet the district is allocating resources to hire personnel who do not directly enhance our students' educational experience and readiness for the future. Where is the equity and inclusion in this? Thank you.
Ivan Rubio.
Good evening, honorable board members. My name is Ivan Rubio. I'm a CTE teacher, Hilltop High School. So just continuing, how can we better our services if we are not offering CTE teachers the same equality, equity, inclusion, and belonging we want to instill into our students? Why do CTE teachers not belong? Our CTE programs are what are helping our students find passion and curiosity and gain self-confidence while obtaining the soft skills needed in the 21st century workforce. Because of this, I suggest to you that we have higher number of ELs, IEPs, and students with special needs in our classrooms compared to the general teachers. Our district specifically stated in the 23-24 budget overview that our two-year CTE programs increased by 33%, expanded CTE pathways, access opportunities to 2 more schools, enhanced our CTE classrooms, expanded certifications and work-based learning opportunities, and the CTE program was inspected and had 0 findings from the federal inspection. That means we are doing a heck of a job as a team, yet we are being treated as second-class teachers. Please allow me to remind you that our CTE teachers are the ones bringing in these industry partnerships. We are mentoring and transferring technical skills that provide career readiness out of high school. It is our industry experience, military experience, and higher education that allow us to pass on the soft skills to our participants. Because of CTE teachers, the district saw a rise in CTE pathways participation from 12% to 50%. Thank you.
Annalie Rubio.
Good evening, honorable board members. My name is Annalie Rubio. I'm a culinary arts teacher at Southwest High. The biggest difference between CTE teachers and single subject teachers is the type of teaching certification. Our CTE teachers have a minimum of 5,000 hours of industry experience, certifications, and higher education. Most of us have master's degrees and PhDs. I argue we bring so much more to the district, even though the misconception is that we do not create our own curriculum. We ensure we are following state standards and pathway standards and align them to college-level courses. And this is what has built our high-quality CTE program. All this work is in direct support of the district's LCAP goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the goal and actions portions of the report, specifically action 1.2, lower student-to-teacher ratio for mastery, states the district wishes to continue to maintain a lower student-to-teacher ratio of 28:1. Additionally, our Sweetwater Education Association contract Article 7, paragraph 7.3a states, no teacher shall be required to have total daily student contact beyond 176. Yet, we have many CTE teachers who have been managing students' contacts well beyond 240 to 260 students' contact without additional compensation. I am one of those teachers for the past 5 years. I have had a total of 240 students, and my colleague, she has had 260 students for the past 5 years. She had a broken back, and I have a very hurt arm. We are culinary art teachers. We are moving the whole day long, so it is not fair. Yet the district does not want to allow additional FTEs and only wants to entertain cost-neutral agreements. Not only are CTE teachers helping balance the master schedules, but we are providing our students with real-life skills that are re-engaging students, and this is what has helped increase our district graduation rate.
Thank you.
Joe Amaro.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, President Segura, and the rest of the board members. I come here tonight and I've served this district proudly and very happily for 28 years. I am the CTE teacher with the highest seniority. I've been asked tonight to represent the rest of our CTE teachers. And consider this, at any point, CTE teachers could have chosen more lucrative opportunities outside the school system, potentially earning 3 times or more of our current salary. However, we consciously decided to prioritize serving our community, molding young minds, and giving back through education. Now it's time for you to acknowledge and honor our unwavering commitment. We find inspiration from neighboring districts such as San Diego's Unified School District, Grossmont, Coronado, Los Angeles Unified, and the others in our county, which have taken steps to include CTE teachers in the pay scale on an equity with secondary credentialed teachers. These actions reflect their loyalty to educators who make a profound impact every day. So the question to you today is, how are you, the board, demonstrating the same loyalty to us, the CTE teachers? We come united to advocate for what we feel we rightfully deserve, and you have stated that we rightfully deserve. We stand together as a force for a change, a collective voice demanding recognition. We're no longer asking, we're demanding. We're asking and demanding that you put us on the same level. And a symbol of unwavering commitment to our students and our profession. Hope creates motivation and determination, and it's through this motivation and determination that we will continue to stand before you. What we're asking for is equity. One simple word, equity. Again, thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Fred Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Fred Sanchez, and I'm a full-time CTE teacher at Sweetwater High School. You might remember me from a few months ago when I came to share my story with you. CTE teachers' morale is in the gutter. Our wages are so low that most of us need to have 1 or 2 extra jobs. Last school year alone, we lost 30% of the CTE mariachi department to other school districts offering fair pay. I've always known that my pay was a lot lower than that of my single subject credential colleagues, but I didn't really understand how bad my pay was until I had to move and had to look for a new place to rent. My pay as a full-time CTE teacher with 16 years of experience is so low that with my teaching salary alone, I did not meet the minimum requirements to qualify for a 1-bedroom apartment. Let that sink in. Our pay is so low, I cannot qualify for the rental of a 1-bedroom apartment. This was not a penthouse in downtown. I was trying to rent an apartment right off of Moss Street, across the corner, because this is where I have always lived. The owner of the current house I rent, who is a retired teacher, looked at my pay stub when applying to rent her house and actually asked me, "Why are you getting paid so little? With the amount of years teaching, you should be making at least double what you make." I was embarrassed to have to explain that as a CTE teacher, my district didn't value my work enough to pay me a fair wage, and that yes, the salary of my single subject colleagues doing the same job was indeed at least double my pay. There is no reason why we get paid less than someone else doing the same job. We are all teachers. I am very fortunate that I have 2 other jobs that help me make ends meet. CTE teachers don't come out to board meetings because we can't afford to. Our pay is so low that it does not allow us to have a voice in our district. Do I go to my other job and afford rent, or do I miss out on pay? The second choice puts our livelihood at risk. I have 3 jobs, not because I want to, but because I need to. I have been told by multiple teachers in other districts to go to their districts. Others have tried to poach me with offers of better pay, better facilities. I've refused to go. I am where I'm needed. My students need me. My community needs me. I love teaching mariachi. I love sharing the love of music and culture with my students, but I am burnt out. We all are. I cannot provide high caliber instruction if I'm burnt out because I have to work Monday through Sunday and I don't have the luxury of days off. Every time I say me or myself, I'm not talking about just me, I'm talking about all CT teachers and all single subject credential teachers as well, all SPED teachers. Most of our single subject colleagues aren't aware of the massive pay difference. I shared my pay stub with a colleague today. She was shocked. Now that you are aware of the situation, what are you going to do to help us out?
Thank you.
Shetty Matthews.
Good evening, board. My name is Chetty Matthews. I come here as a parent, citizen, and an ally. CTE teachers are the crossroads of education and real-world industry needs, covering a wide spectrum from technology to defense, medical and dental care, and myriad of other sectors. They equip students with the specialized skills required to thrive in these industries, laying the foundation for the South Bay's economic prosperity. Every facet of our local community relies on the symbiotic relationship between these sectors. Our tech innovations support defense systems. Our defense personnel rely on top-tier medical and dental services, and everything else. So many things are just hinged upon this support and the training that is received from the CTE teachers. And it definitely affects the economic health of the South Bay. Given the critical role of CTE educators play in molding industry-ready professionals, it's paramount that they receive equal compensation as other teachers in the district and state. Their teachings have direct implications on our economic growth, national security, and public health. They're not just educators, they're builders of our future workforce, making them invaluable assets to our community. When we invest in CTE teachers, we're investing in a seamless pipeline of talent that drives our local industries by ensuring they are compensated on par with their peers. We acknowledge their vital contribution and encourage more professionals to consider this noble and impactful career path. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, where teachers and tech influence healthcare, defense, intersect in every industry, we need our educators to bridge these gaps. Our CTE teachers do just that. This is not just a matter of fairness, but of foresight to ensure they receive the equitable pay for their indispensable role in supporting and shaping the youth that will soon be entrusted with the future of the South Bay. If not corrected, this pay and compensation disparity will directly and adversely impact the economic growth of the region. Again, my name is Chetty Matthews. I came here as a parent, a citizen, and an ally. I leave as the executive board member of the National City Chamber of Commerce and plan to bring this up as a concern with all the chambers of commerce because this directly impacts the economic health of this region. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha Bandala.
Buenas tardes a todos los miembros de Distrito Sweetwater. Mi nombre es Marta Bandala. Yo no soy maestra, no tengo una profesión, yo limpio casas, pero yo vengo a apoyar a la maestra de mi hijo. Mi hijo tiene IEP, él fue a Casopar, después terminó en Chula Vista. Él anduvo de escuela en escuela hasta que una maestra de especial que lo estuvo ayudando, logró que él se graduara muy tarde, quizás a los 21 años, pero él se graduó.
Con permiso, un momento, tengo ayuda para ti.
Okay.
Gracias.
Okay.
Yo vengo aquí no como maestra. I come here not as a teacher, but as a parent of an IEP student from Castle Park. My student has received support from one of the teachers. He did not graduate at the age he should have. He graduated at 21 years of age.
Y en mi caso particular con mis hijos, mi hijo se logró graduar por la maestra especial que ella le dio soporte después de escuela y estuvo apoyándolo. Después que salió de escuela de graduarse, la maestra lo encontró y como varios estudiantes que salen de la escuela y lo mismo que agarran en un McDonald's, agarran en un SeaWorld, en donde quiera que puedan trabajar. ¿Por qué? Porque los estudiantes que tienen IEP como mi hijo o como otros estudiantes que ya no pueden salir adelante, su trabajo de los maestros llegan hasta donde ellos se gradúan y de ahí se acabó. Con la maestra de mi hijo no, con ella marcó mucho la diferencia en su vida porque ella lo encontró y le dijo, tú puedes seguir más adelante que ir a trabajar en una carnicería o en un SeaWorld, tú puedes seguir adelante. Ella siguió su trabajo con ella.
Go ahead.
Gracias. Like in my case, in my particular student, after my student graduated from high school, and particular students like my student who go and work at McDonald's or SeaWorld, my case, my teacher she told my student that he could go beyond just working in a McDonald's or at SeaWorld, that he could go and have a better life.
Si no fuera por una maestra, mi hijo siguiera trabajando así, pero ella lo impulsó a seguir estudiando, sigue estudiando él y sigue más adelante que pudiera, va a llegar más arriba que donde él pudiera llegar. Entonces, para marcar la diferencia de mi hijo, son los maestros que están aquí, que tienen un salario que no es el mismo que tienen los demás profesores. Y estoy aquí por las madres que sus hijos tienen IP y que por ellos han salido más adelante que otros estudiantes. Gracias por escucharnos y gracias por marcar la diferencia de ellos con los demás.
My teacher impulsed my student to reach higher than what he could. These teachers make a difference in students like my child, and they have made a big difference. I want to thank all the teachers here. These teachers here make less wages than other teachers have, and I just want to thank you all.
La maestra se llama Miss B y no nada más ha hecho ese trabajo con mi hijo, ha hecho con más estudiantes.
This teacher's name is Miss B, and she has not only made a difference with my child, but with other students as well.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Ricardo Montes. Ricardo Montes. Claudia Alfaro. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
This will take us into the 20 minutes, Deanne. Or we
Yes,
got
the timer up there.
Oh,
I'll make it
thank
short.
you.
Correct.
I'll make it
Oh,
short.
no, go ahead,
Good
sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm here representing CTE and for them to get their appropriate wages. I'll make it short for other fellow students to speak. Have a mechanical engineering degree with a biomechanics emphasis. Graduated from San Diego State University. I have a lot to thank to all the teachers here, particularly Mr. Rubio, who taught me in civil engineering and architecture. It definitely aligned me in the pathway to engineering, and I have nothing else to say but thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Claudia Alfaro.
Thank you.
Hello, I will be short too. My name is Claudia Soto. I have a civil degree in engineering. I went to San Diego State University. I'm currently working at a wastewater infrastructure construction company. All I want to say is thank you so much for the CTE professors. Until today, actually, on my latest interview, I still talk about how high school impacted me. I'm a first generation. I'm a woman in engineering, so it was not easy. And then even I had against of going to my family. My family did not support me, but I had the best professors, and then I met people along the way. Same thing, it was a class that prepared me during college, and then even the architectural and engineering class exam that I had in right before I graduated during my senior college class, it's still related. So I do want to emphasize that it is very similar. And then even professor brought engineers that exposed me to what really engineering is. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do one more?
You want to do one more for
One more,
CTE?
yeah.
Isaac Medrano.
Hello, my name is Isaac Medrano. I'm currently a junior at Hilltop High School. And I'd just like to thank my teacher, Mr. Rubio, right here. Great teacher. I think it's very unfair how CTE teachers are being paid so much less than general education teachers. And if it wasn't for a teacher like him, I wouldn't consider engineering. I'd consider something less. And I'd just like to thank him for that because he really molded my I guess, thought of the future for me. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, that's it.
The rest of the speakers didn't specify a topic. Brenda Orozco.
Good evening, board members. I don't have anything written, but I felt really compelled to speak today. I've been a counselor for 30 years in this district, and I've always been proud to be a counselor in our district. It's not until, you know, the past few years when we see that everybody here, CTE teachers, adult teachers, special ed teachers, counselors, we are all student advocates. We are all frontline staffs, frontline people in education. We deal with the students that are coming to class, to our offices with trauma, with losing their parents, with having their parents being killed in front of them. Okay? They're supposed to be learning. But on the other end, from the district, we are expected to do more tasks, more duties. I don't know how many times I have been called into the classroom to be a sub because the district doesn't have enough subs. So now not only am I a counselor, I am also a counseling secretary because our counseling secretaries for some reason disappeared from some school sites. So now I'm doing all their tasks that they're supposed to be doing, plus my counseling duty, and our students need our time. They need our attention, and that takes a lot of time. They need us, our guidance to go to college, social, emotional, everything that we're asked to do. All these people here, all they're asking for is equity. Equity that we get the same pay as our neighboring districts. Equity that we get the same insurance package, that it doesn't increase. If our insurance goes up and we get a 5% raise that you're offering, that's not equitable. Everyone here, what I hear them saying is, we don't feel valued. We don't feel valued, but yet we're expected to do more. So I'm coming, I rarely speak, I have, you know, I'm supposed to be taking care of my 85-year-old mom at home with dementia, but I'm here because this is really important. And our students are important. You're advocates, but we're frontline at the site. And we're asking to be treated fairly and to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob Vanda here. Jacob. Michelle Beal.
"23 years ago, I completed my PPS credential and was eager to get a job as a counselor. I reached out to a friend at the County Office of Ed and asked, where should I apply? He said, apply to Sweetwater. Their board's dysfunctional, but they pay the best. He was right about both. Then the scandals hit, and the employees found themselves paying the price for everybody else's actions. In 2018, when compared to roughly 17 neighboring districts, Sweetwater's compensation for counselors ranked 3rd. Number 3. Fast forward to today, we now rank 17th, making us now the lowest paying district, one of the lowest paying. I have to ask, how did a district who used to be one of the highest paying districts in the county, one of the most sought after for employment, become one of the lowest paying districts in the county, and one that most people are choosing not to apply to or choosing to leave? Is it because of the decade of scandals? No. I think it's because of the district's priorities being askew. The past few years, the district's priorities has been to increase the number of highly paid management positions. In fact, when comparing the district org chart dated September 2021 to the one dated July of 2023, the district has increased its management by 18 positions, all with hefty salaries. This does not take into account the 4 directors who had their assistant superintendent titles reinstated and the approximately 21.5% salary increase that came with that title. Nor does it take into account the roughly 27.93% increase that our general counsel has seen over the past 8 years. all while the rest of us have seen a mere increase of 6%. It also doesn't take into account that our current superintendent is making roughly 14% more than our previous superintendent at her highest pay. Notice a trend? All management have been seeing double digits increases while the rest of us have stayed in the single digits. What's wrong with this picture? It's no secret that Sweetwater has struggled to fill certificated and classified positions and has also started to see a good number of teachers leaving the district for other districts that are offering significantly better compensation packages. Until recently, it had been restricted just teachers leaving for other districts, but now it's been extended to classified, lower level management, and sadly, counselors. Given that Sweetwater is no longer a sought-after place of employment, will the district shift their priorities from compensating management to compensating its rank-and-file employees that are sitting in this room? Will the district make students like Mr. Ringfield a priority by providing them with highly qualified staff that's compensated fairly? At recent negotiations, all associations were presented with an offer of 5% increase in salary, which was an insult, given that most high-level management have been seeing double digits.
Please wrap it up.
I will. According to the district's bargaining chair, the district didn't think it was an insult because they haven't heard anyone complain. So let me be clear and hope that each one of you hears every single one of us. We are worth more than 5%.
Thank you.
Kathleen Shears.
Good to see you healthy, President Segura. Glad you got over the COVID. Friday, I witnessed union leadership strength in front of Kaiser. Since 2014, Sweetwater Dias members have talked union strong. President Segura, you fought for a PLA for your sisters and brothers, which leads me to question what has changed. Trustees, either you're union strong or you are imposters. Your actions demonstrate the latter. I have sat in that same chair for 20 plus years. The early years observing union strength under President Alex Anguiano and observing President Jean Chavira champion against the previous board. While I disagreed with both on some issues, my respect, which is hard to gain, remains strong. And then there are the imposter union presidents, those who make me question, 1, how, why anyone ever voted for them. 2, employees, are you committed? Union members, your voices are few. Why? You present as perfectly willing to settle for non-competitive wages, high benefit costs. I'm not here to fight for members, but no, I support you. But I am here to speak for the voiceless, our students who deserve a quality education taught by teachers, employees who are valued. And I speak for we taxpayers who expect fiscal responsibility. Does this board care? I don't think much. Respectfully, Ms. Lopez Zepeda, once a teacher, always a teacher. That is what 2 of my retired teacher BFFs have drilled into me. You should be championing for teachers, not union leaders. Miss Emerald, I remember our community. Emerald will make a great difference. Do you remember her as an investigative reporter and council member? Again, respectfully, where is that Marty Emerald? I, since my mid-20s, have been a champion for Sweetwater students. I have had children, stepchildren in this district since I was 25 years old. I'm now 73, do the math. I'm a product of Sweetwater. My 9 children and 2 grandchildren attend Sweetwater schools. Sweetwater, once the gold star of districts, we have plummeted in rank 17th currently. Why? This community is deserving of answers. It is clear you talk the talk and you talk some more. Stop talking and start raising these valuable employees' wages and offer better benefit prices. Why have nearly $34 million of Title II, Title III, and LCAP not been used? Money our students deserve. Undoubtedly, the plan used these much-needed student monies for salary increases. Respectfully, Student Rep Ringfield, you have the power of leadership. I have forgotten more about Sweetwater than this entire district currently knows. Please pay close attention to item Q4 tonight. You and your fellow ASB president members Start asking the questions. Where is our student money? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dina Donato Palmore.
So I'm going to throw a curveball, so don't expect anything, okay? Dear Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre and Mr. Ringfield, thank you for the resolution recognizing the month of October as Filipino American History Month. This celebration commemorates the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred in October 18, 1587, before Columbus got here, right? When the Luzones Indios came ashore from the Spanish galleon Nuestra Señora de Esperanza and landed at what is now Morro Bay, California. In 2009, U.S. Congress recognized October as the Filipino American History Month in the United States. This celebration is also an opportunity to recognize the many contributions that Filipino Americans have made in this country. One that I will highlight is the Manongs, or in English, older brothers, involvement in establishing the United Farm Workers Union. According to Adam Janis from the History Channel on May 7, 2019, which was updated August 2023, quote, but while Chavez was honored with national monument, a postage stamp, and 3 state holidays, he wasn't the only catalyst for change, or even the leading one. Rather, it was Larry Itliong, a Filipino-American organizer who led a group of Filipino-American grape workers to first strike in September 1965. The Delano grape strike ultimately succeeded. After 5 long years, the growers signed a contract that made significant concessions to the farm workers, including a pay raise, health care benefits, and safety protections from pesticides. But many of the benefits disproportionately benefited Mexican-American laborers. Hiring halls, set up as a result of collective bargaining, disproportionately favored permanent residents over seasonal workers who were the Filipino farm workers. There's a pain, says Gadiano, a son of one of the farm workers. Cesar is revered, and the sad part is Larry Itliong and the Manong's roles have been diminished to a footnote in history. But we started a movement that was incredibly positive. It helped farm workers not only in California, but around the United States, and people forget. One way that our school district showed their support of Filipino Americans is by sponsoring the annual Magkaisa Conference. On behalf of Rizal Cruz and Mary Rose Peralta and I, we are inviting you to the 21st Annual Magkaisa Filipino American High School Conference to celebrate Filipino American History Month. It's on October 28th at Otay Ranch High School. The program is from 9 to 2 with workshops and student performances. This year's theme is keeping our culture alive through art. We're highlighting non-traditional careers and spotlighting the different fiestas of the Philippines with student performances from the different high schools. We're also excited to have as our keynote speaker, Kenneth Barles, a renowned fashion designer with the show Project Runway. By the way, this is free labor. And yes, you're welcome for looking good with this free labor. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Clerk of the Board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, I have one change on Board Agenda Item L1. The backup document was added. The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F6 by the public, F8 by the public, G3 by the public, G4 by Mr. Segura and Ms. Lopez Zepeda, G7 by staff and the public, H4 by the public, H8 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda, L1 by the public, M2 by the public, N1 by the public, N3 by the public, Q1 by staff, and Q4 by Mr. Segura and the public.
Thank you. So I will move now to F3.
Can you take a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Move the second, vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we can move to F3. Report on board requests for information. Does any board member have any updates or, go ahead, Lopez Zepeda, trustee.
Wow, the room, was it something I said?
cleared. Over the past month, I was invited by some CSEA members and NAGE members to meet with them. And it was a really great meeting because they were asking for clarification of a union structure and their functions. And I got to share my knowledge on unionism. So we had a really great conversation and it was really nice. And I'm really proud that they reached out and we got together and met. They felt comfortable enough to do that. Other than that, I hope everyone had a great fall break. And let's get ready to finish the semester.
Thank you, Trustee. Anyone else? No? I'll just mention that I have, well, I was out last month, like, and it was stated with COVID, and I didn't like that. That was worse than the first one, quite honestly, for me. And it's just still with us, and I know the teachers are still dealing with it, and students, parents, it's still prevalent, and it's very, and it's a tough thing we're still working through. And going forward, I do have a meeting with advocate for some a bus electrification resolution that they want me to they want me to bring before the board. They're going around to different districts and presenting that. So I'm going to listen to that, and then I would like maybe next year. I know this is Indigenous People Day, and I think next year I'd like to have put together a resolution for next year for that, for Indigenous People Day and resolution. And then I'm going to be going to some after-school programs and visiting those at the middle schools and the high schools. And then on Saturday, they have the construction and engineering pathways at Expo at Castle Park High, and I'm sure I'll see a lot of people there, and I look forward to that. And then there was some legislation that the governor signed. And I think the biggest one, I don't know if it was the biggest, but one of them was AB 1078. And that was around the books, and I know the CSBA, which I'm a delegate of, and a couple other people on this dais, they were opposed it, but they were opposing it because, if I understand it right, it was because the state superintendent can come in right away without the district having a fair chance to rectify it. So I think that was the big hang up. I don't know if somebody can clarify that for me. I think, because I supported, that AB 1078 other than that. But, and then we had a validation for our robotics program from CSBA as we're up for the Golden Bell for that. I don't know if we want to mention that now. Do we want to mention that now, or is that somebody? I don't know if it's public yet. Okay, we can't mention that now, but
there's a big reveal at some point. There's a big reveal.
But we had the validation. So
we had the validation visit. That was public.
Yeah, but it's not public yet. So that was really exciting. And I just can't hold my excitement for that. So it's something that was something that was very important to me that we could present that. And I think that's all I had on that. So if there's nobody else, then we can move on to F6, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Amazingly enough, tonight's agenda does not include any special ed settlement agreements. However, I do believe at the agenda review, Ms. Carbuccia stated there is one pending, so I'm sure we'll see that on next month's agenda. While tonight's agenda does not include SPED settlement agreements, it does include employee settlement agreements. I highlight this issue for a very good reason. Compensation for employees is still an issue, and it appears the only resolution to this is to file a wage claim. SUGA still has members working beyond their contractual limits without being timely paid for work completed. These members have been completing this additional work since July the 10th without being compensated. I have repeatedly reached out to the district leadership to get assistance in having these individuals paid, and yet we still have members whose PARs haven't even been submitted for payment. It's completely unacceptable for any employee to work or to be expected to work for months without being compensated. So the question is, who's responsible for this gross negligence? Is it the site administrators? Is it the district leadership? Since you were made aware of this issue months ago, is the board responsible? Whoever it is, it needs to be figured out and people need to be paid. On tonight's agenda, it includes a resolution to ensure that Board President Segura, who was absent last month, be compensated for that meeting. Mr. Segura, you were absent last month for good reason, and there's a resolution to make sure you get paid. So the question is, why aren't employees given that same level of priority to ensure that they're compensated in a timely manner as well?
No further speakers.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments around that, or entertain a motion?
So moved. Second.
Move second and vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F8, pulled by the public.
I have two speakers. Michelle Beal?
On behalf of the SUGA bargaining team, I would like to say thank you to the district bargaining team and to you, Dr. Aguirre, for coming to an agreement that not only continues to support CCAP courses on our campuses, but provides compensation for the work that counselors do to ensure students have access to these courses. Dr. Aguirre, I think we can both agree, or we have agreed, that over the years this process has changed dramatically and now has become a task coupled with a lot of bureaucratic red tape. And tonight's agreement is certainly a step in the right direction that will hopefully see our district continue to grow the CCAP program for our students. As counselors, we are excited to see what other opportunities this grant will offer our students. Dr. Aguirre, I do appreciate the year-long conversations about CCAP and your continued support for our students and counselors. However, now that CCAP has been settled, I often guess or often wonder what you and I will talk about. Don't worry, I'm sure I can come up with a list of things. So again, thank you.
Dina Donato Palmore?
Good evening again. First, I'd like to say that I am grateful that this MOU is done, but it's only an MOU. Also, I'd like to say, and this is a reminder for our next bargaining session, that make no mistake, this is not a district handout or goodness of your heart. This is compensation for many years of work that we haven't gotten paid for. I wonder, Board of Trustees, are you aware of what's going on in your school communities? It's time to speak up. I'm going to quote Dr. Martin Luther King. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. I ask you, are you a friend or are you an enemy? Thank you.
No further speakers.
I'd like to ask one thing. Dr. Aguirre, how many classes are we going to offer per semester through the CCAP? Do we have an idea of that?
So we were, as you may see in today's grant approvals, actually the CCAP grant is being accepted today by the board. That's going to be a conversation led by our teaching and learning department. So I'll ask Ms. Lizarraga if she can share some of that information. It's preliminary at this point. We had to wait for the grant notification for us to be able to move forward, but I'll ask Ms. Lizarraga for some context.
Thank you. Good evening. We do have at each site, each semester we have 2 to 3 classes offered a year, so one each semester of the CCAP courses, and we also offer it during summer school. So there's basically 2 classes, first semester and second semester. I'm sorry? Oh, and 2 sites don't, I haven't finished. Yes, and 2 sites do not have it. But with the grant opportunity, we wrote back in during spring break, we were able to write and submit for grant petition to get funding for 12 of our high schools, and we were granted 12 grants to increase the number of courses offered at each site. And we'll be working with each site to determine what those courses will be based on student needs and what we would like to offer at each site. Each site was granted $100,000 for a duration of 4 years.
So that's the launching off point. In terms of your question, in terms of where we move forward, that's a conversation we still need to have with our teachers, with our counselors. So there's a significant amount of discussion that still needs to
And
happen.
then, you know, I think the important thing for us to keep in mind when we talk about this, because actually do the CCAP classes at my school, it's just, we're offering a variety, like, I want to say somewhere around 60, 65 sections, right? 25-person classes. But the thing to keep in mind is I really want to keep the ethnic studies component kind of separated, because the whole point of ethnic studies is not to outsource that work to the community college, but rather to maintain it on site, because we need to actually have it on site to be able to work, you know, within the community that we're at. But I think that this is a place that we could probably develop a more robust community of instruction for different departments, and I'd love to see this grow.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G3, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Before I begin, I just looked over. Is Miss Alvarez and Dr. Winters, I mean, has something happened to their faces, their bodies? I'm just blown away here. I don't know these people. You all do. I don't. So respectfully, if you could possibly let me know who they are at some point. In reviewing this item, I have a question related to page 8 of 23, Title 3, $41,966 unspent funds. Page 10 of 23 indicates $880,670 of Title II funds are unspent. Page 3 of 23 indicates $540,317 of the funds are unspent. My question, President Segura, is why would so many of these funds be unspent when Sweetwater students are presenting as in need for as much assistance as possible? These amounts total over $1 million. So I'm just kind of confused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Trustee Emerald?
Thank you. I've got a question as well. This is a requirement to marry our data with other state programs. Does the state offer options or funding for this large expenditure for local districts?
So that's a great question. I'll look to Dr. Sawkeld. It's my understanding we are able to charge back a small nominal amount to be able to process the request, but in terms of standalone revenue from the state or federal government, I'm not aware of any particular standalone, but I'll defer to Dr. Sawkeld.
Yes, there's a state-approved indirect cost rate that we can charge back, which it's been about 5.33. Went down this year a little bit more so, but every year it's approved by the CDE, that percentage.
And historically, how much has that been coming back to us? Do you have an actual amount?
I'd have to give you I'd have to look to give you the.
But is that a percentage then?
It's a percentage. It's a percentage of the actual expenditures for that restricted resource.
Okay, it'd be nice to get that information for going forward and to be able to monitor what it is that's going out, what's coming back. Thank you. And I think I seconded the motion.
Oh, yeah, just one question around unspent funds. Could somebody explain that?
Yes, there's two aspects to it. I'll ask Dr. Sawkeld to explain the fiscal aspect, what happens to rollover, and then there's programmatic aspects, and I'll look to Ms. Lizarraga. I will say, I thank you for that reminder. Ms. Lizarraga is filling in for Dr. Alvarez, who had a small medical issue, and as well as Dr. Winters, we have Mr. John Patel, who's in his area because he also had a medical issue.
So on the specific resources here for the Title I or the title monies, you have about 18 months after a year ends for a specific year to spend those dollars. So we do carry it over. So whatever we have at the end of a specific year, we carry over, and then there's 18 months to spend it. So this was a residual, some of it coming from the pandemic. So like with the Title II money, unable to spend it all according to the time frame. But we work very closely with the program team and making sure that we're monitoring that we're spending that accordingly.
Thank you. So there was a motion, a second. Vote, please.
There was actually not a motion and a second.
Oh, is there a motion?
Yeah,
There's a motion. I'll second it. Vote,
Okay.
please. Thank you, Deanne.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda,
Yes.
Segura,
That's why you're the clerk. Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And that moves us to G5, pulled by
G4.
G4. Yes, G4 pulled by myself and Ms. Lopez Tepeda. Go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
It's up there. I asked to pull G4 because this is a way of tracking students after they leave Sweetwater. And it's done with San Diego County Office of Ed. And my concerns are how can we be assured that the data will only be used for what they state the data is going to be used for? And it only tracks them possibly, it doesn't gives us a time limit beyond high school, how far they're going to track them. And I know if it was 5 years after high school, that wouldn't track my personal kids because my kids took the slow way around to get a college degree. So to me, it's good and it's bad. And I am
I'll go back to the last page. It actually says what it.
yeah, it does. But I'm very conflicted with this because I just don't trust somebody tracking my child past high school. And I was wondering whether or not not teachers, but students or parents can opt out so they wouldn't be tracked. And that information is not available.
Trustee Dr. Nasibia?
I'm going to say, this is one thing that we're discussing a lot in instruction at the college level. And precisely because we have students graduating from secondary schools here, high schools and charter schools that are, getting into college at a phenomenal rate. And I'm not going to say the charter schools' names, but they're getting into college at a phenomenal rate, so that every student from the graduating class gets admitted to a four-year university. The problem is that we don't have tracking mechanisms once they get into university to actually see, does that A through G, are the classes that they're taking in AP, are the standardized tests leading to some kind of information that's getting them? And guess what? They're not succeeding. They're actually failing because we're giving grades based on we're giving grades based on the idea of pushing them through rather as a critical assessment as to where they're at. There's a bill right now, it's within the community college district that's made its way through both AB 705 and AB 1705, which is basically dismantling any kind of remedial or basic skills levels courses that students need, like the foundations of reading and writing, as well as math. And the problem is that we're passing the students through and we're forced to give them a transfer level class. And we have no way of tracking them once they get to a four-year university. Did they really understand and get the skills that they needed once they get to a four-year university to have success? And if they don't have those skills, then it behooves us to change AB 705 and 1705. And then what happens is, the problem is, since we don't have good data, we have a lot of fake data that's being thrown out there as a rationale for doing this. And I think this is one of those things we actually have to take the data to be able to understand really well, our rubrics are within the school district and at the high school level good enough so that our students are having success at a four-year institution or a two-year institution or whatever it is. And I think that's really, really important.
I have a
Thank you.
question as well. I think I discussed this briefly with you a couple of days ago about, I think that like with credit reporting or any number of these kinds of options within the commercial environment, laws have been changed requiring opt-ins for many of these data mining operations. And I'm really reluctant with this too. I think that our information is out there. We have no control over how it's used or how it's abused. And we have seen all kinds of cybercrime. This, we all know, everybody's has been a victim in one way or another. And I'd kind of like to return this and perhaps craft it as a support of the data gathering, but allowing the consumer to opt into it. Rather than unknowingly being put into a big database where we have no control over how it's used, that becomes a real impediment for consumers. It leads to identity theft, it leads to all kinds of fraud, corruption, and if my information is going to be out there, by golly, I want to be sure that they have my permission to use it. I think that if it's something of value, like you're saying, that students and their families gathering at the end of their career here in the high school district will sit down and discuss, do we want to be part of this database and see how how we're doing and how other students who've come through programs are doing, so we have an idea of how well we did, or comparing our outcome with theirs. But I really do believe it needs to be an opt-in.
Representative?
Two things. There is an opt-out service for it, right? Like there's a way you can opt out, and then if there is, couldn't you just communicate that info was going to this database and that you could opt out?
According to this, no.
Generally speaking, though, and this has been a matter of lawsuits and legal changes for years now because of the proliferation of identity theft and the misuse of people's credit, and or their information being misused. And so federal laws have changed in the commercial sense that before somebody can just automate a credit card company or a company can sign you up for something, they have to actually hear from you opting into the service. So this is now common practice, and for a good reason, because it protects your identity and your private information. If you want your private information in somebody's database, then you should have an opportunity to say, oh yeah, go ahead and put me in. Otherwise, you should have that opportunity to say, no, I really don't want my information out there. I don't want anybody on the planet, potentially, to know who I am, what my history has been, how I did in school, what my credit score is, and the list goes on.
Dr. Lancibia?
But we're not talking about credit scores. We're talking about scores on tests and rubrics that we're using for a particular data.
We're talking about data mining.
No, this is talking about testing. It says right there,
It's
it says the idea of sharing strong graduation rates, A through G rates, advanced placement rates. We're talking about a very fixed amount of information that involves instruction and basically finding out how we're doing within that. I think, go for it.
If I may, the other thing, that just context-wise, is we're really at a precipice of change, where most districts are more universities are no longer going to be using the SAT and the ACT. So I think they have an interest in being able to have some data point in terms of the progress that students are making and whether they're making that progress towards completion of a degree. So that's the other contextual issue, and I believe that's part of the reason why the San Diego County Office of Education proposed this. As you can see, it's not just to Sweetwater, it's to every district across the county. So it's not like we're being in any way kind of identified singled out. Rather, they approached every district across the county. But Mr. Patel, do you have any insight that you would like to share to put you on the spot?
Yeah, I could share a couple things. The first one is about the opt-out. So I don't know if there is an opt-out in the way that it's being discussed. My understanding of National Clearinghouse is that those agreements are with the universities, right? They're collecting all of that data at the universities across the country, and what we're participating in with the service is to get the information from them about our students, so that they're collecting the information and we're entering into agreement to get that information and disaggregate it. The timeline for tracking that was brought up, National Clearinghouse uses, they're essentially collecting data on graduation rates from college and a couple other factors that are college come from the college. And so what we're doing with it is to see, are the things that we're doing to prepare kids leading to graduation from college. And they use a 6-year graduation time frame as kind of a standard for looking at graduation rates, because once you get past that 6 year, it just dramatically drops, for those who don't finish within the 6 years. Having said that, there are lots of people who do finish. Just statistically, it's they've sort of picked that 6 year as a cutoff point. So that's why that 6 is there. And then the what data does it collect is it isn't what in this proposal here is it's not about the advanced placement tests or any of that. Like it really is about like us taking our in-house data that we have with that information and then seeing does it lead to the outcomes that we want it to have. And some of the data, I think just one data point that's interesting to consider and why this is important for us is that a vast majority of our students are going to either a 2-year or 4-year college, and the National Clearinghouse shows that it's not just it's both on the east side and the west side. We have large college-going rate, which is amazing. When you look at the 6-year graduation rate, it goes from like an average of 70% down to about 30%. Without that data, we would not know that, and not all of that is our responsibility. But the things that we can control and the things that, as we build our programs and we measure efficacy, I think this is a good tool for doing that.
One more comment.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things is when kids go to college, one of the first things they have them do is take a placement test.
They've actually eliminated all those placement tests now.
Really?
That's one of the things that's happened at the community colleges. And that's the pickle, right? Because if we don't have, hey, where are you at? Then how can I begin to teach you what the basic composition is? Or where do I know if you're an advanced composition? And this is what I mean, why we would need something like this to kind of give us, are what we're doing at the high school, are the strategies that we're using and the methodologies that we're using, the pedagogy that we're using in high school, are they matching up to success rate in that first class of English, preparing them for that first class of math? And if we don't have a tracking mechanism to understand that, then we have no kind of understanding, oh, okay, where should they land? Or do we need to beef up our math instruction so that when the transition happens to a 2-year or 4-year college, the students are prepared? Sorry, I'm geeking out because this is what I do for my career. So it's kind of something I kind of know a little bit about. Yeah.
Thank you for that information, though. That's very important.
Has something to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, one last thing. Do colleges get this information after, like, how do I say this?
When a student enrolls?
Yeah, when the student's enrolled, or can they get it today? Or could they get it today, or could they get it when I actually go there?
It usually happens on the back end. I mean, from the way I see it, it's on the back end, like 2-3 years later, then we track and see, hey, how did Hilltop High grads do, right? When they went to a 2-year college, a 4-year college, how did Southwest grads do? What areas do we do? And then I think the institution, the district, looks at all that data and comes back with the information, says, hey, this is the part that we need to work on. This is what we need to work on in better preparing students for a 2-year, 4-year college.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, say I apply to a college, right? Can they check this National Student Clearinghouse kind of
Can students check
pool?
it?
No, the college. Can they check the pool and say, hey,
what did Isaiah
can I get what did Isaiah get in this test? You know, in 9th grade or?
No.
So,
Dr.
Mr. Patel.
Go ahead, Mr. Patel.
No. So that's not the information that National Clearing has. They're not providing information from us to the university. It's kind of the other way around.
The only question I have is, do they sell it to us, or do we just get that that information back?
There's always got to pay. That's one of the things.
So if you look at the agreement, it actually outlines that the San Diego County Office of Education will assume responsibility. I noticed a couple of sections there that they would assume payment. Again, this is in the interest of data and being able to have a better understanding of the context and the lay of the land, because so many things are changing, particularly at higher education institutions, that for us to really be able to assess kind of how we need to adjust our offerings, should we apply for a concurrent enrollment grant in order to support our students? Are there alternatives that we can be looking at? This is the type of data that helps inform that kind of process. And for example, it helps inform which grants we apply for. And I know that, that Mr. Patel and Dr. Winter's area is the one that kind of really looks at research and development.
And I think too, the term tracking sounds so horrible, because when we would say tracking and back in the day, that would mean that we were keeping the low kids in the low slots, the middle kids in the middle slot. So that immediately set it off, but I think that the important thing is just knowing what we're doing and analyzing better, you know?
Thank you. Do we have any other
Motion to
questions or
approve.
comments? There's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
No.
Lopez Cepeda?
Abstain?
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Okay, then we move to G7, pulled by the, or it's staff and presentation. Correct?
Yes.
G7 is a presentation, as we mentioned a couple of occasions this evening, we have brought forward the accepting of the concurrent enrollment grants. And we've had, again, a number of discussions about it. So we asked our teaching and learning department to put together a brief presentation around what this means for us, how it will support students, offering alternative means towards which students can receive college credit, for example. So it's not necessarily just an AP exam, but now they can actually undertake coursework as well. So with that, I'll ask Ms. Lizarraga to take us through this presentation. Ms. Lizarraga.
Thank you. I am presenting on behalf of Dr. Alvarez in Teaching and Learning. We'll provide information regarding college and career access pathways, what we normally call the CCAP. And we've applied for several grants. And this is dual enrollment program that encourages a greater number of high school students to enroll in college credit courses while they're attending high school. Dual enrollment is an opportunity to eligible students to broaden their experience about college while attending high school and having access to courses while getting started on their college education. Next slide. Thank you. The purpose of the CCAP grant is to strengthen our partnership with Southwestern College. We've had a relationship with them for many, many years. As I mentioned earlier, we've had two courses a year that one each semester that we offer, but we want to increase the opportunity and provide the opportunity for students to enroll in more courses at the high school level. We offer open, and we would like to also offer it to those 9th grade students who are ready to take those courses. We want to increase the opportunity of our first generation students to have access and increase the number of college credits that high school students can take while attending high school. So the overview of the grant, back, like I mentioned, in spring break, College and Career and Curriculum and Instruction worked diligently to submit the request for a grant. We received 12 grants, one for each of our high schools, and it's $100,000 per school for 4 years. The additional grant we also applied for an additional grant, and we received a joint partnership with Southwestern Community College to plan and implement a middle and early college and we were granted $250,000. We've determined that Southwestern College, the San Isidro, Southwestern College at San Isidro, it will be the site that will house Mar Vista High School, Montgomery High School, San Isidro High School, and Southwest High School students to be part of that program. We selected those schools because we want the first generation students, which is the larger concentration of our students, to have access to these courses. The intended outcome of a middle and early college is for students to graduate with a high school diploma and an Associates of Arts degree. That gives students an opportunity to do both while attending high school, increase the number of first-generation college students and graduates. We also we want our students to explore career pathways while they're in high school, having the opportunity to, we currently are working, our College and Career Office is working with Southwestern College to look at courses that our students can take now that give them college credit for career exploration. Well, so when they are ready to graduate, they have an idea of what they would like to major in or have an idea of what their interests are. It also provides a head start to earning college credits, as mentioned before. It saves students money on tuition and fees. It also builds our students' confidence level when taking college level courses based on rigor, the rigor at the college level. And it also eases the transition of our students from high school to college. They're not as scared, they know what they're getting into because they feel prepared. This slide provides data from the Career Ladders Project, the CLP, from October 2018, and compares to similar peers dual enrollments have. So higher, can't read that. Okay, all right, thank you. The higher rates of high graduation is 7% increase if students take are taking dual enrollment courses. There's higher rates of college enrollment by 15% on an average. Higher rates of to completing a college degree is 25%. So the more our students take college courses, the more opportunities they have to be successful at the college level and graduate from college. And again, it's a huge cost saving due to enrollment fees being waived up to $1,000 a year on average. So we want to open the opportunities for all of our students to have access to college courses. Thank you.
Superintendent?
Thank you. And if I may, thank you for that, Ms. Lizarraga. I have had conversations with Dr. Alvarez, and she will be bringing together a small work group on the implementation, because again, we need to make sure we do this in collaboration and discussion with our associations. I just want to make sure I highlight that, because at the end of the day, as you saw, this really is about helping our students have access. It also, given the high cost of college tuition, it also helps them potentially save up to 2 or 3 years of college tuition. So again, those were that was the theory of action behind this grant, and the state was putting some resources behind it. We want to make sure we're using it in all aspects to support our students, and that's how we do it through our staff.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Go
ahead.
I'm sorry, I have a speaker to this item. Did you want to hear the speaker
let's
first?
go with the speaker. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Shelbyl?
So for over a decade, I personally have met with 4 superintendents and 3 assistant superintendents to ask why our district is one of the few districts that does not offer a middle college program to our students. We've had an established partnership with Southwestern College for as long as I've been employed here, which is a long time. So it just seemed fitting that the middle college program would be an obvious next step. But then, what do I know? I'm just a counselor. So I was excited when you did share with Dr. Gary that we had received a middle college grant, because I was ecstatic at the opportunities that this would open for our students. So I have prepared comments here, and I'm not going to read them because I want to share with you instead my experience, which is I have a niece and nephew, both who went to school in Texas, and they both went through the middle college program. He went and entered into it in the 10th grade, and she entered into 9th grade. He is now 22 years old, and he is finished his master's degree and has an engineering degree. She graduated, she went in 9th grade. She graduated with her high school diploma and her associate's degree. She had an aunt who pushed her repeatedly to apply for scholarships. So she was able to take a lot of her scholarship money and reduce college by 2 years. So she's now finishing her bachelor's degree in science, and she is currently applying for med school at the age of 20. She has 2 years worth of scholarships that she has not used that she'll be able to use to pay for her first 2 years of med school. And then she has a nice aunt who will probably help with the other bit of it. and some parents that will help with that. But it definitely is beneficial, and it definitely helps kids gain confidence, because she's somebody who was really quiet and shy, and this really gave her the confidence to push forward, to see that it was something she could be involved in. It was a small cohort of students that she really developed a relationship with. And so seeing her now be able to excel, and at the age of 20 be 2 years ahead of her peers and applying for med schools, that's huge. So imagine, you know, and she's fortunate. She has, you know, great parents who do well for themselves. And I think about our students who, you know, they do face challenges and they have some socioeconomic issues. And imagine how our students can definitely benefit from being able to graduate early and do the one thing that we know that they want to do, which is go back to help mom and dad. So I think that's huge. And I think that the idea that we are moving into this as a district is fantastic. Dr. Arancibia, I don't know that you and I often agree on much, but I do think that I agree with you on the CCAP and pushing all of these as an option for our students and growing the programs on our campuses. I think that's great. And I think you read my mind when I said, oh, and I thought, hey, are we going to have working groups to get everybody's voices on this, because it is important. And then lastly, on the National Clearinghouse, I think the thing you're most concerned with is personal information. And that's not something that they actually validate or send out. So that should kind of put your mind at ease. And then, Mr. Ringfield, you can email them or you can call them to opt out.
Thank you. And Dr. Arancibia, you had
One more, just want to say that with the higher rates of graduating, I mean, well, one of the pieces of data that we've been told over and over at my college is consistent. If students pass the basic composition class on their first try, and they can pass their basic mathematics class on the first try, their chances of finishing college go up like astronomically. I want to say it's like 65, 70%. So if we're allowing the students to have access to these classes and a supportive environment to be able to take these classes, that means that their pathway towards graduation, I mean, I'm not so much into the career stuff, but I just graduation and experience is going to be, is almost assured if they have that capacity. If we can make that happen at a you know, our secondary institution or high school, I think it's important that we actually offer that to students that want to do that. So I mean, that's my first pitch to everybody. Is I think the most important ones is you probably want to get either communications or English, and then you probably want to get mathematics, a quantitative one, which would be mathematics or statistics that complete that basis so that students can move forward. Yeah.
Trustee Emerald?
Yeah, and then marry that to what you're picking up in the classroom here in high school, and then get it reinforced in the middle school. I think that this is a terrific program. This is all part and parcel of this whole partnership for success that we've got going with Southwestern, with San Diego State. And I think it's just a wonderful marriage of institutions. Especially, you're saying the writing and the arithmetic. Those are big weaknesses. And if students have an opportunity to be in a more grown-up environment where they're perhaps discussing issues that actually interest them, maybe they'll be able to sit down and write more cohesively about various subjects and advance. It takes a lot of the mystery out of college, the fear factor of winding up on some campus with thousands of students, and I think it's a real push for success for these kids, and that's why I'll move the item. I think it's terrific.
This is a report item only. There's no motion needed.
Okay. Did you have something to add there?
I was just gonna say you already accepted the grant a little bit earlier, but we wanted to make sure you had that information.
It's the money going.
That's exactly right. We knew it
I'm
was
just in the mood for moving things along here,
yes.
but I think it's great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Takes us to H4.
Yes, I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
So I read through the memorandum of agreement for the FACE program, and it seems to offer a wide variety of services to foster youth in our district, which is, we all know, is much needed to ensure success. When I had asked about this item at agenda review, Dr. Moore said that it was something that was known throughout the district. Unfortunately, I actually didn't know about it, and I work with a lot of foster youth, and I'm wondering if that's primarily because I think this was only initially for 4 schools, and I'm not sure if it has been expanded. So it would be great if it did expand to other schools so that we could have a presentation on it so that we as counselors could know what kind of services we're able to then extend to our foster youth, because I think it's great. I mean, these are all services that they need. For those of you who are new to the school board, we used to have a COSA who was a counselor on special assignment who worked directly with foster and youth in transition. And she worked collaboratively with the counselors throughout the district to serve the needs of our foster youth and youth in transition. The combined work that we saw throughout the district with the COSA and the sites saw our district have some of the highest graduation rate gains countywide for foster and youth in transition. Unfortunately, and I won't go on the sore subject, but that same year we eliminated that position. Since the elimination of the position, there's still some uncertainty on who's assuming a lot of those responsibilities. I know that we've talked about this, Dr. Aguirre, and again, I'm going to respectfully ask that we have some more information provided to us. I know as counselors, we often are still asking, who do we seek out transcripts from when we can't locate them for our students? Who's our liaison? Who is able to help us with receiving information? Or for instance, students who are going to be able to complete the FAFSA for this year, but because the system's down, we have additional things that need to be done for them. So just knowing who we should be able to contact. I know that 2.3.6 identifies in-service and training to schools and site administrators, psychologists, and counselors and teachers as part of our responsibilities. So again, I'm just going to ask that we be trained in this so that we get all of that information and know how to provide our students with these services.
Thank you. Any comments or motions from the board on H4?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Veda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
H8 pulled by Trustee Lopez Cepeda.
H8 is our agreement with Southwestern College with the usage of the pool. Recently, it was brought to my attention that there were some issues with it where the pool was not available for our students who participate in sports. And it happened more than once. And then my concern would be that we get some sort of credit or towards the dates that we were not able to use the pool, if that would be possible.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. So I believe we can definitely explore that conversation with Southwestern. It is unfortunate they've shared with us some of the rationale, kind of some of the issues behind their challenges with their pool. So we can explore that conversation. I can definitely approach Dr. Sanchez, Mark Sanchez, and I will ask staff as well to reach out. Maybe we can get some type of credit for lost usage. Again, we try to work in collaboration. We're just talking about Southwestern on the instructional side, and this is on the operational side, so we can do it in the vein of good neighbors and good partners. But we can explore that conversation.
Okay, with that, I move the item.
Second.
Moved seconded. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
H8.
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Takes us to L1, pulled by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
Thank you.
So it's no secret that Mrs. Cheers and I spend the weekend before board meetings researching all of the agenda items and often calling each other outraged at some of the things we see on the agenda and then asking each other, can that be right? When reviewing L1, we both noticed that it states that there should be an attachment for certificated actions, and we both failed to find the attachment for certificated actions. Ms. Cheers asked me, do you think it's an error? To which I responded, well, it's human resources, so probably. Well, there's no attachment for certificated actions. I would like to take this opportunity to share, though, an anecdote about a recent incident regarding certificated. On or about August 22nd, I did file a complaint regarding a severe and unprofessional conduct by the Assistant Superintendent, Anna Pedroza. My complaint was investigated and findings were provided. To my understanding, my complaint prompted you, Dr. Aguirre, to seek out and engage in conversations with CSEA leadership and classified staff and human resources so that they too could share their personal interactions with Ms. Pedroza, all of which supported my initial complaint. The shared sentiment, combined with a number of HR employees who are either currently on leave or have filed hostile work environment complaints, should be enough for the district to finally take action to address Ms. Pedroza's unprofessional conduct. Yet, despite the overwhelming number of individuals who have shared their concerns, the district continues to allow Ms. Pedroza to serve in her position without consequence. Ms. Pedroza serves as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and as such should emulate behaviors for all employees to model. Instead, she continues to create a hostile work environment and department that staff do not feel comfortable seeking assistance from and do not feel confident in the work being produced. The continued unprofessional behaviors by Ms. Pedroza still do not warrant action taken, yet if I even change the inflection of the tone in my voice, I'm written up. So I ask, how much more are employees expected to endure before the appropriate action is taken to address these behaviors?
Thank you, Superintendent.
Point of order, we do not discuss personnel matter in public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
I'll second. Vote?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
M2, pulled by the public.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Once again, I have pulled questioning the substantial amendment amounts, pages 3 to 7, indicate relative to football fields. Why stand here and question the football field increases? You will obviously vote 5-0. Instead, allow me to state the master plan I often reference was Trustee Segura and Solis's bond by word. Dr. Aguirre, you personally, sir, asked for the taxpayers to believe you would adhere to its recommendations by honoring the priority project list. Well, South Bay taxpayers, like many on both sides of the aisles in Washington, are now seeing the results of McCarthyism. Promise everything and anything, just get that new vote. Instead of the classroom renovations, new buildings, etc., you misappropriate our tax dollars, making football fields the #1 priority. When Brand 1 did the same exact thing, prioritizing sports over education, of our Prop BB dollars, it landed Sweetwater in front of a grand jury, resulting in a scathing reprimand and much negative press. However, it is important I say this and it is heard. Mrs. Cheers is not opinionated. She is voicing fact-based concerns, emphasis on facts. If Sweetwater would have only demonstrated credibility by honoring their word and following the priority list, I would not be speaking out against the district as it relates to a future bond. Providing students and teachers with the quality learning environments they deserve. Why did you deceive us? My concern is not with Ms. Quirk or her staff. They are like the majority of Sweetwater employees, performing their major job objectives as the professionals they are, to the best of their ability. If you would have honored your word and prioritized our students versus athletics, your actions would have demonstrated trust, yet the facts are you cannot be trusted. Remember your promises, board members. Segura and Solis documented in audio attachments of past board meetings. Remember the individual campus public meetings, one of which was taped by a community member. Put that together with the actual individual campus master plans. My, can you imagine a grand jury review or the public outcry when picked up by media outlets not influenced by old friendships? Ms. Quirk, my remarks are not aimed at you or your staffed professionals. It is aimed at this board who have chosen to break their bond of word by prioritizing football fields. Dias, your word is your bond. It is a measure of your integrity. Your integrity is now in question because the bond of your word was willingly and knowingly broken. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
M2.
That was M2. N1.
And 1.
I have one speaker, Michelle Beal.
At last month's board meeting, I highlighted approximately $329,500 that we're paying to outsource legal services and reimburse attorneys in settlement agreements. At the conclusion of the meeting, Ms. Carbucci approached me and said, those are purchase orders, as I guess it means to justify the expense. So I asked, what's a purchase order? Well, it's a legal document sent by a buyer to a supplier. A purchase order communicates the buyer's needs to the seller and establishes their expectations for the transaction. So essentially, it's a commitment to a payment, an expense. So I wasn't wrong. Tonight, we see an additional $110,000 in legal fees and attorney reimbursements. I know it's a PO, but it's a commitment to pay. Again, why are we paying so much money to outsource legal work when we have a full-time, well-compensated general counsel? Incidentally, after reporting on L1 last month, I received multiple emails, texts, and calls from staff thanking me and Mrs. Cheers for bringing a number of these expenses to light. Our reporting encouraged others to look through N1, and many were surprised to see expenses in their departments that they were unaware of. For example, purchase orders to provide student staff meetings, yet that hadn't been provided. They thanked me and they thanked Mrs. Cheers for encouraging them to look through the N1. As I said at the last board meeting, it does take a long time to look through 272 pages, but the details are very telling, and I'm thrilled to see that others are now taking the time to look through the purchase order details, that it appears that this is where things tend to get a little bit hidden or lost.
No further speakers.
Thank you. I entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
N3.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
At the bottom of, I think it's the second or third page of the, yes, thank you.
Of the attachments?
No, the next one, I apologize. There we go, the bottom of the second page. That's the first page.
That's page 2.
That's page 2?
Yes. That's page 3.
Oh, excuse, sorry. It was late. I was tired. My eyes are old. Why is our legal department listed as a contractor for Chula Vista Elementary School District? I realize there are no costs, but the question is, what is this? If you look at the bottom, the last one, it says Chula Vista School District Legal Services Department. Jennifer Carpucci, I don't understand that. Why are we providing legal service, or are we, or what is this? Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Motion approved.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I thought there was a response. I didn't realize there was a response. I apologize.
Trustee
I'd
Arnold?
like to an answer to.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a
We
0,
list-
but I'd like,
So-
I'd like to hear.
So this is our contracts item. So as you know, we do Exhibit Cs, which are So this is our contracts item. So as you know, we do Exhibit Cs, which are contracts under $25,000. They come across every division, and then they come back. One of the programs that our district has worked on for about at least 10 years with Chula Vista Elementary School District is called cross-age tutoring. Cross-age tutoring allows our high school students, after being trained, to go in and assist elementary and middle school children. We've never had a contract for it before. My division worked to put a contract together with Dr. Reyes and his team and Dr. Aguirre and Ms. Lazaga, and we put that together for the first time to ensure that there were actually rules behind how kids could go and that their parents knew they were being tutored by high schoolers, and the high schoolers' parents knew they were tutoring little kids, especially in this environment. And so Legal Services took it forward, and therefore my name is on it.
And this is the bottom line that says the amount is 0.
This is the list of contracts. What it'll say is who the contract is with, which division is bringing it forward, who's the point of contact, and what the cost is. So this we felt was an important thing to bring forward with our sister district.
Great, just to document it then. Okay.
Protect our students and their
Correct.
families.
Thank you very much. I'll move the item.
We had a
Oh,
motion.
okay.
Would that be a second?
There you go.
Thank you.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Q1.
This is to compensate you for the missed meeting. Staff would recommend that you abstain from the item.
Thank you.
So moved. Second.
Moved in second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Abstain.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, one abstention.
Q4, pulled by the public and myself.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
How did $32 million go unspent for the most needy students who generate these funds? Meeting after meeting, your talk references the dire circumstances of our needy students. You speak of the dire needs due to the learning loss of COVID. Yet, based on what is presented this evening, you have failed our students miserably. And you have failed to meet your fiduciary charge. So now what? Where are those monies going? And how will it be accounted for? What fund? We're speaking about $32 million, not $32. In closing, to give the taxpaying community one piece of a four-piece puzzle is unacceptable. The four pieces: uncommitting the $32 million, funded $32 million will be placed in. Where's that? What is that fund? Where will the general public find specifically how the monies are being spent? What steps have been put in place ensuring our needy students will receive these $32 million and it will not fall into the accounting bliss to be used for your ongoing salary negotiations? This is very concerning. $32 million of LCAP money dating back to 2021? And you may have X amount of months to use it. $32 million. While Mr. Ringfield may or may not be able to use it, I'm sure he walks next to kids every single day that could have used this $32 million.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Yeah, so my question was around just an explanation for this for the public and for myself and the
Thank you,
board.
President Segura. Our staff, led by Dr. Sokol, has been very transparent in communicating about this matter, so if folks weren't paying attention, I can't help that. Dr. Sokol?
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Yeah, so when we brought the budget forward in June, we had estimated about $28 million. So we did disclose it at the time and where that was intended, and it's also factored into the LCAP plan itself. So then over the summer, as we finalized our accounting for the 22-23 year, that number came in a little bit higher than what we expected, so it's $32 million. And so when we brought forward the unaudited actuals, we committed those funds, just like we did in June with the budget. We committed it. So in order to utilize those funds based on what we had identified in the LCAP, we have to demonstrate that uncommitment. Because if not, it would have been within that 10% threshold of the reserve. So we did share this in June and we shared it in September. It's in the financials.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes. Mr. Ringfield.
So this is the rollover, right?
Mhm.
For
Correct.
And it becomes sort of a rainy day fund?
Yeah, so the broader context is there was a bill about 2 or 3 years ago that discussed how the LCAP rollover can be utilized, and this is part of that process.
Dr. Weber's?
Dr. Weber's bill. So Dr. Sokol ensures that we're compliant with. Yes, because she is now Secretary of State, correct. So Dr. Sokol, if you would please elaborate.
Right, so we have a separate accounting for it. Those funds that we have per the LCFF calculator, so around $70-some million is what we have. And so when we account for it at the end of the year, this is what's left. So now it's kind of a semi-restricted type of resource and unrestricted in a sense. And so we do track that. We've been monitoring that for the last few years. So we do have about 8 million or so of the 21-22 year. And then the 22-23 year was that balance of the 24 million. So we are tracking that.
So to clarify, it is not a rainy day fund.
It's part of the LCAP.
It's
So
part
that's
of
why
the
when Dr. Alvarez presented that in June, it's part of the LCAP. There are some commitments already identified, some staffing positions, some additional point FTEs here, and based on all the goals and actions in the LCAP. So it's for the LCAP.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Move the second. Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
I just wanted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, could we just go to the National Coming Out Day, the resolution? I wanted to bring that up. I forgot to, this is something I forgot to request but we just.
I believe the correct procedure for addressing resolution Q5, the resolution in the matter of celebrating National Coming Out Day. Can you please advise us?
That was approved as part of the consent agenda. If you wanted to discuss it, you would need to reconsider the consent agenda.
Can we reconsider it so we got
You would need to have a motion to reconsider the consent agenda.
Consider the consent agenda. My apologies.
Second.
Moved and
Ringfield,
seconded.
and then, yes, we
Vote.
take a vote. Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. You would then need a motion to approve the consent agenda as previously stated, with the addition of item Q5 being pulled by Dr. Arencibia.
I make that motion. Second. Vote.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Dr. Arencibia.
I'm sorry for ping-ponging that. That felt like such ping-pong. I apologize for that. No, I wanted to bring this up because, you know, we closed, I mean, in our actually board prep meeting, I think that we worry, the districts worry, as we see the different districts in different parts of the county having issues with this and rolling back this idea of spanning books and not having certain books in areas that embrace the diversity we all live in. Especially with queer lives and queer kids in our schools. I wanted to praise our district for actually being embracing of that. And the other part too is, one of the things that's become readily apparent to me is that there is this age or this generational divide where my generation and folks around my generation don't seem to understand the number of queer kids that we have in our schools. Which is now, I mean, the more I visit my kids' schools and I visit other schools, it's somewhere around a quarter of the school. Anywhere from 20 to a quarter of the school. And that means that we have to embrace a quarter of the school, whether or not we are necessarily understand it. They're our kids. We have to love them. And I think it's really important when we consider, you know, the issue of suicide with the kids that are queer and that are trans and have this anxiety about the transitions taking place. It's really important that we embrace this and we really support it. My kid is the one that's actually teaching me more about this. I was like a generational castaway dinosaur, I think, when I began being parent. And the beautiful thing is that she's actually made me change in the way I see myself and I see everyone else. So I just want to bring that up because I think that's really important for us to do and to give praise to our district for actually bringing that up and, you know, flying the flag where other districts are wondering whether we should. The more I visit my kids' football games and music events, the more I see that more of our kids are, and we cannot say to them that they cannot exist. We have to embrace the fact that they are part of us. We must love them. And this means not only for ourselves, but also for the aunts that we have and the grandparents that we have that can't seem to understand what does non-binary mean and, you know, what does queer identity mean? And it's really important for us to have that dialogue. And I just wanted to finish with that. I just want to say thank you for everyone for having that.
Thank you, Dr. Arencibia. That was very well said. And we'll have to entertain a motion.
I'll
go ahead.
second the motion because I think you just made it, but I just wanted to add something. At the end of the acronym, it's LGBTQ. And so many people, whether they're kids or adults or grandparents, whatever, some people do question all the time. And it's okay to question. And so I like the way that we include that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, life doesn't just happen all at once. It's a process, and we're all learning as we go and asking questions and looking for answers. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Emerald. Do we have a motion to second?
Dr. Arencibia, were you making a motion?
I was making a motion on that one.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Emerald seconded.
Vote, please.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Would you like to adjourn the meeting, sir?
Oh yeah.
You have to gavel it.
Hey, yeah, I'm still on Cancun time, so we are adjourned.
Thank you.